How are we doing, everybody? Alright, it's live on YouTube. There we go. Facebook just went out. YouTube's live. How you doing, Joey? Welcome back. Hey. How you doing? Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Miller time, good morning. YouTube feed should be going here shortly. Check into the stream, guys. Comment where you're tuning in from, what city and what state you guys are watching from. Let me know in the chat. How you doing? 420 Redneck. Welcome back. Thank you, Angie. Thank you. I look slightly fresh, and then I'm going to bed soon. I'm refreshed enough to go to bed in a little bit. Welcome. I am back. Yes, I am. We got Perth, Australia tuned in. Good afternoon. Welcome. Now it's up. Now we're good to go. So the notification worked. It went out. Got a live look at Kyiv in the Ukraine right now. Baton Rouge, Louisiana is back. Good morning. Largo, Florida. This is going to be another 8-hour stream. I'm going to be with you guys for a little bit. I'm going to be with you guys for a little while, and then I'm going to be going to bed after an hour and a couple hours, and then I'm just going to run the feed. We got things happening this morning, guys, early already. Kherson is under attack, but before we get into Kherson, the people in Kupiansk are they're stopping Russian advancement in Kupiansk, which is here. It's to the east of Kharkiv. Kharkiv is one of the cities that's under major attack. Kupiansk. These are the people in Kupiansk, near the eastern Ukraine, standing up to Russian forces. Let's look. Let's go to Z on it. People in Kupiansk. The other thing I saw too, where this tweet no longer exists. Oh, that video got taken down. Dang. The video was taken down. Like the video if you haven't. Hit the like button. Let me know again if you haven't where you're tuning in from. Chernihiv region announced a reward for captured enemy equipment. The other breaking news too that came out recently before I went live is Belarus. Oh, where is it? Is it the Kyiv? Belarus has troops going across the border. Shelling. Need to find where I found this. I'm not finding it now. The accounts are getting taken down. So this is what we watched early this morning too. We saw a rocket attack in the central square of Kharkiv. Outright undisguised terror from President Zelensky. After that, Russia became a terrorist state. Nobody will forgive, nobody will forget. Russian soldiers surrendering. Oh, this is what we watched. We just watched this. There's another one too where there's protesters in this region today. Right, I think this is it right here, what I saw. No weapon, just anthem against Belarusian tanks in the Chernihiv region. So Belarusian tanks an hour ago near the either Chernihiv region, which is up here. So up here you got Belarusian troops crossing. This is Belarus, Ukraine, the city of Chernihiv. I'm hearing alarm. I'm hearing an air raid siren. All right, y'all. We got air raid siren. That's live. Air raid siren in Kyiv. I thought that was the clip. I gotta make a tweet really quick. I just shared the stream out too. There is a 40-mile Russian convoy incoming. That is true. Right now we have air raid sirens going off. Air raid sirens. That one sounds like a new one. The one sounds a lot louder. Sirens. Eve 12:39 p.m. Let's check on this again. That's the air raid alarm going off right now in Kyiv. So that's what the air raid alarm sounds like if you haven't heard it yet. Today they haven't done it. This is the first day they've done sirens this much though. Everybody's checking the website right now. Everybody's checking the website. This hasn't been a common occurrence in the everyday. Don't think this hasn't been common. Been watching this every morning now. Yes, there have been air raid alarms, but not this frequent. Hey, pull that up, David. We have a Discord server. Share the stream too, y'all, if you haven't.
Evidence of the criminal consequences of the heavy shelling of civilian sites in Donbass. A forensic medical examination has established that the majority of the dead were women and elderly people. Our Western colleagues simply ignore the numerous cases of these blatant violations of fundamental rights, the right to life. Attempts to draw the attention of the Human Rights Council to these atrocities that have been carried out for 8 years.
Is this right now? Is this guy talking for real right now or no?
The regime has pursued a course of aggressive de-Russification and forced assimilation throughout these years. People who consider themselves...
They've been blocking Russia on many feeds. On many.
Language and culture are told they are strangers in Ukraine. Zelensky called them specimens and advised them to move away to Russia. He initiated
No, it's not. What's going on? Why did they cut this feed off then? They've been running this feed. Why did it switch?
This is quite in the spirit of lawmaking.
Well, we'll pause that one for now. That one's no good. He is talking right now? Is he talking right now? Like, is this actually right now?
But also your life.
Yes, it is. Okay, we can tune in.
If Ireland banned English, Belgium banned French, or Italian banned German, simply impossible to imagine. The frontal attack against the consequences of the
okay, yeah, it is. This is happening right now.
Enlightened West, and is even encouraged by some. Any sign of dissent has the most serious consequences. The process of cleansing the government of undesirable and disloyal officials takes place on a regular basis. The main assistance provided here is from the law on lustration adopted by the Verkhovna Rada. Other legislative acts are produced which allow the regime's security agencies to crack down on dissent and persecute the opposition. The authorities impose
in the
bans on
Discord
free
server,
press and
Cheryl.
mass media and carry out repression
Everything in the
against their
Discord
own
server.
citizens, including members of parliament. Is this not a violation of the freedom of speech, the right to express one's opinion? Lies about the Second World War are being shamelessly propagated. The local henchmen of Hitler are being hailed as heroes, while the real anti-fascist heroes are consigned to oblivion. Monuments to the victors of fascism are demolished. War criminals who fought in the ranks of the Third Reich are glorified. The latest demonstration of this course was the submission by the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine to the Verkhovna Rada on the 23rd of February of this year of the draft law on the withdrawal of Ukraine from the agreement on the commemoration of the causes and heroism of peoples in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945. Against this background, the conduct of Zelensky, who had the conscience to declare on that selfsame day that he was honoring the memory of his grandfather who fought in the Red Army to liberate the Soviet Union and Europe from fascism, is the height of blasphemy. The Kyiv regime has even introduced itself into the sensitive, intimate sphere of people's spiritual world.
Good morning.
On the basis of religion is intensifying. The former authorities, led by Poroshenko with the support of Washington, implemented a church split, creating the so-called Orthodox Church of Ukraine. Laws against the canonical Ukrainian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate have been initiated. Churches that belong to it are seized, millions of parishioners and clergy are persecuted. What is this but a violation of the freedom of religion? All these massive, systematic attacks on the rights and freedoms and the consistent dissemination of neo-Nazism are carried out with the open connivance of the United States, Canada and the European Union, which arrogantly declare themselves the standard bearers of democracy. The international human rights mechanisms of the United Nations, the Council of Europe and the OSCE have been unable throughout these years to find the courage to respond appropriately to the outrageous lawlessness in Ukraine, and they have also been under the pressure of the countries mentioned above. The West began to turn a blind eye to what was happening in February 2014 when radicals carried out an unconstitutional...
They're listening to this too right now.
The agreement reached with the then Ukrainian president,
the camera crew,
backed by EU guarantees. Once in power, the coup plotters proclaimed an alliance with the West and immediately launched an attack on the Russian language, intending to expel anything that was Russian from Crimea and deploying armed militants there. The eastern regions of Ukraine that did not accept the coup were accused of terrorism, even though they did not attack anyone. On the contrary, punitive units were deployed against them and their cities were bombed with aircraft, artillery and multi-rocket launchers. They destroyed civilian buildings, schools and hospitals. Civilians were killed. An inhumane economic, transport and food blockade was imposed on...
Is this Lavrov?
The Kyiv regime got away with all of this. International bodies were, at best, limited to sterile appeals to both sides. It is clear
that this is the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Russian Federation.
In March 2014, the overwhelming...
So that's why you're hearing a bunch of rhetoric on the side of Russia right now.
Their views
we're just...
with international law in favor for the incorporation...
This is the Russian... This is Lavrov.
The implementation of the right of peoples to self-determination is enshrined in the UN Charter, and this allowed them to defend their right to life, to the free use of their mother tongue, their traditions, their history and culture. In response, Kyiv blocked the North Crimea...
You're listening to it because you have to hear what their rhetoric is.
...inhabitants of the peninsula. And once again, everyone was silent, forgetting about the 5 international conventions that enshrine the human right to safe drinking water.
It's all garbage. It's all garbage.
After the Minsk package of measures approved by the United Nations Security Council,
they held phony elections there.
They hoped that they would be heard
for the Donbas region.
that Kyiv
Those are the
would
two
engage in a
separatist,
dialogue with
two
the
separatist
people
countries.
of Donetsk and Luhansk, and begin
Yeah,
to
Luhansk.
implement all the other obligations under the Minsk agreements, which, however, Kyiv has directly sabotaged with the direct support of the West, and has continued armed provocations. Recently, the Ukrainian regime's criminal actions have intensified dramatically. As a consequence,
Listen, do you guys hear the rhetoric? That's why we're listening. Again, we're not listening because we agree with what he's saying, or like we need to like listen to him appease our beliefs. It's because this is the Russian Federation and this is a message that they're sending.
An online exhibition of documents and photographs exposing the atrocities committed by the Ukrainian.
You can hear how they lie.
And
You can hear what they say.
Volunteer battalions has been launched on the website of the Russian Permanent Mission in Geneva. I urge all those who care about human rights to see this exhibition in order to discover the truth, which the Kyiv regime, its patrons, and unfortunately most of the Western media.
Why do they get a platform at the UN right now? That's what I don't understand.
In the context of a gross violation of the rights of Russian and Russian-speaking citizens of Ukraine, the 8-year war unleashed against them with all the characteristics of genocide, the persistent
there
refusal
is in
of
every
the West
chat,
to
Jessica.
call the Ukrainian authorities to order, and the absence of any reaction from the UN, the OSCE, and the Council of Europe human rights structures, Russia could not remain indifferent to the fate of the 4 million strong Donbass. President Putin decided to recognize the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, and in response to an appeal by the leaders
It's so garbage.
of the DPR and LPR to launch a special military operation to protect these inhabitants in accordance with the Treaty on Friendship and Mutual Assistance concluded with these republics. The purpose of our action is to save these people by fulfilling our obligations as allies and to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine so that such a thing will never occur again. This is particularly relevant in the light of the fact that this country is being dragged into NATO, that the country is being flooded with offensive weapons, and this is a country which has openly made territorial claims against the Russian Federation and threatened to use force and to acquire military nuclear capability. Regarding the campaign launched against the alleged violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, whose initiators show complete indifference and contempt for human rights violations, I would like to draw your attention to the 1970 Declaration on Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations.
How long is this going to last?
In accordance with the UN Charter. This document, approved by a consensus resolution of the UN General Assembly, stipulates that the principle
Is there going to be a
of
response to
respect
this?
for territorial integrity applies to, and I quote, states which respect in their actions the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples, and therefore have governments which represent without distinction as to race, creed, or color the people who inhabit the territory.
100% propaganda. This is all garbage. He's spewing all garbage, all lies. This guy's garbage.
The neo-Nazi government clearly was not and is not a government of the peoples of Ukraine. The U.S. and its allies, who are directly responsible for numerous violations of human rights and international humanitarian law, and crimes that has made victims of hundreds of thousands of ordinary people in Yugoslavia, Iraq, Libya, and Afghanistan, are once again demonstrating their double standards. The current regime in Kyiv is a vivid example of the fact that when you are a loyal vassal of a hegemon and participate with particular zeal in serving his policy of containing Russia, everything is allowed to you. You can trample any human rights, freedoms, simply kill people, cultivate neo-Nazi traditions and routines, and in
You're not going to
exchange
hear
for
him.
unquestioning loyalty and obedience,
You're hearing a translator. He's speaking Russian, so you're hearing a translator.
the civilized West with lethal weapons. For us, the life of every Russian, Ukrainian, and every citizen of Donetsk and Luhansk is no less valuable than the life of a European or an American. As President Putin has repeatedly stressed, that we have an unwavering respect for the Ukrainian people, their language, and
Yeah,
traditions.
right,
We
dude.
do
Just
not
lies,
intend in
dude.
any way to infringe on the interests of the citizens of Ukraine with whom we are united, not only by a common history, civilizational, spiritual, and cultural
Literal just
identities,
lies.
but also simply by blood and family
In the
ties.
in the worst way.
Millions of Ukrainian natives live in Russia today. They are native for us. We regard them as ours. Together we have always been and will be many times stronger and more successful. The main thing is to stop the attempts of the temporary powers that have illegally seized
They
power
forced
to
that.
betray the fundamental
Russia
interests
forced
of the
that
Ukrainian
cultural
people and to pursue a
culturalization
policy
of
to
Russia
turn
there.
their
They
country
forced that.
into an anti-Russia
That was never
to please
natural.
the West. The real hysteria observed in NATO and in the EU today confirms that it was and still is the aim of the US and its allies, built by Washington, to create an anti-Russia. As you know, at Zelensky's request, negotiations have begun between Russian
there's a
representatives
response.
of the Kyiv delegation. I hope that the Ukrainian party is aware of the seriousness of the situation and of its responsibility, and realizes the need to show its autonomy and its ability to negotiate and to avoid a repetition of history with the Minsk agreements. I would like to conclude by recalling that human rights are a universal
He's concluding
constant.
now.
They cannot depend on the selfish ambitions of a select few who seek to rewrite the 1948 Universal Declaration, to twist it to their liking and replace it with their own rules.
This is Lavrov. Survey Lavrov, a Russian diplomat and politician who's the foreign minister of Russia. He's been the foreign minister since 2004.
Without any politicization or double standards, and to ensure that human rights are not used to interfere in internal affairs. This is the only way to seek justice in any issue that affects people's core interests and fundamental rights. Whether it is the shameful institution of statelessness in Europe, the growing movement for the revival of Nazism, or the West's obsession with unlawful unilateral sanctions, whose targeting of ordinary people can no longer be concealed. These unlawful restrictions are no longer limited to financial and economic bans. They also extend to cultural, sports, tourism, educational, and the informational areas, and in general they extend to all human contacts. The West has clearly lost control of itself in its desire to vent its anger on Russia, and has gone to the extent of destroying all the institutions and rules it has created, including the inviolability of property. The arrogant, exclusive and permissive philosophy of the West must come to an end. The sovereign equality of states is a key principle of the UN Charter. It fully applies to the work of the Human Rights Council. Russia is always open to an equal, mutually respectful discussion on any issue, and is ready to seek a fair balance of interests.
Garbage. Garbage.
And now I give the floor
here
to His Excellency Mr. Jeppe Kofod, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Denmark.
Denmark, here we go.
He will address the Council. Your Excellency.
So now here comes Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues. We meet in a tragic time in history.
That room looks
We
like
all
it's in the
devastated
80s.
by the Russian attack on the sovereign nation and people of Ukraine. In images which were broadcasted all over the world, we saw families separated and children seeking shelter in Kyiv subway system. We saw kindergartens destroyed by Russian ordinances and giant holes blown in the middle of residential buildings in the center of the capital of Ukraine. We are outraged by the indiscriminate attacks on civilians in this unlawful and immoral war of conquest. It serves no purpose and no principle but the naked quest for power. And we are outraged by President Putin's unfounded claims of genocide. These are obvious lies in bad.
Oh, did they cut? What happened? What happened? Where's the... Hold on. What is going on? UN Security Council Ukraine Live.
And raw lyrics have seen it take the island.
That's not it. What happened to that feed? Alright, well, we're taking a pause on the UN feed. Is there like a better UN feed that's happening? Audio cut here too. What the hell? Uh-oh. Sound gone. Audio gone. Fox News still good? They don't have audio. This is the... Do we have that feed? No sound anymore either. There we go. Now we got sound back. Yeah, that was really quiet for way too long. At least we have sound. We have a camera back with sound. Or what happened to the UN? Not like they're doing anything important right now anyways, but I would like to hear the response to all that word salad. Update. People are being dispersed. Yes, so this is the group. I saw a video before this. I saw a video before this of people in Kupiansk. Is over here. To the east of Kharkiv. To the east of Kharkiv. Kupiansk. The people are standing up to the Russian occupation there. Like regular non-military civilians are. Were you hearing the air raid siren, Brandon? I have the audio on. We have the audio. I don't know what they switched it. Not seeing anything from the UN anymore. That's it. Got to hear word salad from the Russian Federation. Nothing else. I was gonna listen to that because I was hoping to hear other. There's a live feed on Web TV. I don't know if I have that. I don't have Web TV. Sounds sus. Check our map. UN response is still going. Can we get a feed in the Discord for that? Is there a feed to it in Discord? I got Discord up. Not seeing anything in the Discord chat. Please don't cut the audio out. Lost audio from another source.
impacts which are easy to
Yeah, nothing there.
will vote later this week.
Just a lot of stuff.
65 kilometers long, some 30 kilometers north.
This is the concern.
Residents form long lines to get their necessities from supermarkets.
Let's tune into this for a sec.
The shelves bare after the weekend curfew, where many passed.
This is a France news station.
The conditions are no better in pro-Russian separatist regions to the east, where people are also cowering in the darkness.
We're afraid of explosion in Shrapnel. If you die suddenly, it's okay, but if I become incapacitated, no one will.
No, I don't see it. Media.un.org, EN Web TV. Media.un.org.
Take delight on planting their flag on ruins, though for now at least, the other major cities elude
Get it at UN.org.
Now, news just coming into us. The Kremlin says it rejects the assessment from the Ukrainian side that
also protect those who uncover and denounce violations and infringements. Journalists, civil society, and human rights defenders. The number of reporters jailed for the work hit a new global record.
Shout out to our chat.
In the past 12 months alone, 46 journalists were killed in connection with their work. 10 years ago, we adopted the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists. Today, we have to make sure that this action plan remains the blueprint for our efforts to prevent, protect, and prosecute crimes against journalists and free media. Also, over the next decade.
How's that audio?
Therefore, Austria is proud to host, in cooperation with the UN Human Rights Office and UNESCO, a high-level conference in Vienna coming November, with the aim to renew and reinvigorate this action plan. Austria also continues to place women's rights and gender equality at the center of its foreign policy. Let me express my deep regret and concern about recent developments, especially, but not limited to Afghanistan, where hard-won gains and achievements for women's rights are under threat. We will therefore continue, not least through our membership in the Commission on the Status of Women, to work intensively to strengthen the rights of women and girls. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. The universal character of human rights is not subject to negotiations. Attempts to challenge it are unacceptable. We can only move forward on our common commitment to human rights if we return to the spirit of Vienna.
Unless this is just a leader talking.
All human rights are placed.
We'll come back to that in a sec. We'll come back to that. It doesn't, unless this is just like him talking on the. Is this the same thing? Hey, we got $20 to the IRC. We'll find out. We missed a couple things during the feed. Is this the same session? This is not the meeting. How do I get to the meeting? This is live. This is somebody talking live. '39th session. This is a different one. That's what I figured. Well, we'll come back to that. We still got our Kyiv feed up. Is this it right here?
Explanation result 6.
No, I don't know. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I don't think that's it either. That doesn't look right. Michael Davis, $20. That doesn't look right. Man, it's getting harder and harder to find credible feeds and videos, isn't it? What happens? What is this? Oh, we got our audio back. That's good news. Is this it for real? Why does it look different? No, it's tough. It's hard trying to find the correct information's mind. It's stress. It's headache. This is the right one. Why does the room look different? This is the one you guys are seeing too? Not even the same building. Media dot. And United Nations General Assembly holds emergency meeting. This is President Zelensky addresses European Parliament. This isn't the same thing. This is gonna be a thing. Looks like it's gonna be a thing. Like President Zelensky's gonna address the Parliament, but what's the right one? Yeah, it looks like a different room to me. YouTube, watch live, United Nations General Assembly. I don't think that's the... Why is it so hard to find this? This is the troubling part. United Nations General Assembly. Oh. Check the other cam. The White House cam. I'm gonna get rid of that one, fortunately. That was a good camera. A lot of them are starting to become loops and unreliable though, chat. A lot of them are starting to become that way. Alright, let's check Twitter. This is the Kupiansk again. The treasonous mayor surrendered to the invaders. The people hoisted the flag back. This is that town where the people are fighting, the civilians are trying to fight back. I guess we'll be able to listen. To President Zelensky when he talks. That back. So President Zelensky is going to speak in this one. Having map issues. Keep refreshing. Nothing, the map is not loading right now. Are you guys having map issues right now too? The other thing too, chat, we are raising money during this stream. Consider donating to the IRC International Rescue Committee. Here's where all of your money is going towards and how much of it. And how much of it. So far, Facebook hasn't started yet. YouTube started already though. YouTube's at 8,100 raised. 8,100 raised on YouTube. Your map is down too. Your map won't load either. No. So that camera is the monument is. It's looking in here. something like that. Or it's actually ground level. Hard to do. That ground level down here. Your map isn't working either. Might have to keep refreshing it if you... There it is. It worked. I see I did this one.
Of women and girls remain one of our priority. We approach gender equality and the fight against gender violence both as objectives of human rights and as prerequisites for social justice development, peace and progress towards achieving the 2030 Agenda's targets. One ministerial portfolio in the Romanian government
talking about it
is dedicated to
this is happening, but it doesn't sound like they're talking about the
Romania
war
will continue to display efforts for achieving institutional gender parity, for women's access.
It's not sounding like they're talking about Ukraine. They're not talking about Ukraine. Still nothing new on that convoy. Let's check Twitter. Exclusive inside Kharkiv's devastated Freedom Square. So this was inside this. We watched this morning when a bomb went off at the Freedom Square in Kharkiv. Here's where Kharkiv is. Here's where the city of Kharkiv is. It's east of the capital. So it's east. Let's tune in.
Well, we're in Freedom Square here in the middle of Kharkiv that was hit by a strike last night. You can see complete devastation here. The top of this building behind me has been completely taken out. There's just rubble all over the streets and people wandering around assessing the damage. Clearly we're not going to loiter here long, but it seems like Russia has switched tactics from trying to hit military targets at the beginning of this war to now trying to take out symbols of the Ukrainian state. At the moment, though, the response from the Ukrainians has been one of complete defiance. Kharkiv at the moment is a very, very nervous city, completely devoid of any kind of normal life in the centre here. And it is just devastating to see what has happened since we were here, a couple of weeks ago when this was a normal, bustling city. Now it is an absolute shell.
One more time. You missed it?
Well, we're in Freedom Square here in the middle of Kharkiv that was hit by a strike last night. You can see complete devastation here. The top of this building behind me has been completely taken out. There's just rubble all over the streets and people wandering around assessing the damage. Clearly we're not going to loiter here long, but it seems like Russia has switched tactics from trying to hit military targets at the beginning of this war to now trying to take out symbols of the Ukrainian state. At the moment, though, the response from the Ukrainians has been one of complete defiance. Kharkiv at the moment is a very, very nervous city, completely devoid of any kind of normal life in the centre here. And it is just devastating to see what has happened since we were here, a couple of weeks ago when this was a normal, bustling city. Now it is an absolute shell.
Listen, small brain Americans in the chat that are like, this wouldn't happen under Trump and this wouldn't blah blah. Like, dude, you realize that there's more viewers that are from around the world, right? And like they're also laughing at you, trying to make this an American, trying to be like an American president would have some control over this. Russia was designated to be the president of the UN Security Council in February. Check the UN again. Small brain Americans just that can't ever quit arguing over nonsense. By Russia, that's Russia's propaganda machine working. Our dumbass politics got other countries trying to be reactionary like us too now. Stop. Nothing new on the website. I spilled some. It's just trolls, Russian trolls, and then smooth small brain Americans that come in here once in a while that want to talk about Biden and Trump. Because that's like what they're trained to talk about, because they watch content that is so one-sided apparently. Or they're just Russian trolls, which you've seen that too. Third in line, $50 IRC, thank you. Donation to the International Rescue Committee. IRC, $36 a month can help get key information to refugees. $60 a month can provide an emergency kit for one family. Those with different political views are trolls? No. Americans are too caught up in that. It's like, that's just what I've been noticing, that there's so many people from around the world in this feed, and then just like Americans just seem to want to only argue about our problems as if that's like the world's problems. I promise you the world doesn't care about how you vote, either Republican or Democrat. Nobody cares. Trying to load the map, chat. It's not working. Not getting the map. 200 stars. Thank you, Tomlin. Howdy from the Kyiv suburbs. Oh, wishing we could get that one where the group went up to the tanks. Gotta find that. Still waiting on Zelensky to talk. What time is it there? It is currently 1:21 in the afternoon. 1:21 in the afternoon. App is down, I think, chat. I've been refreshing hundreds of times. It's hard down right now. It'll come back up though. Might take a while. I'm looking, I'm trying to, it's not letting me. I'm trying to for this whole time now. Yeah, we tuned into that yesterday, Bradley. There was a tank, or a tractor that towed a tank out of this field. Try this map. It's on this one. No, they haven't updated this since the 28th. They haven't updated it today. Maybe after the end of the day they update it. Maybe at the end of the day they... Alright, what's this? Ukraine's ambassador to the UN has read out what he says was a text by a Russian soldier to his mother shortly before he died, criticizing Russians. That could be political posturing too. Trying to stick to just the war facts. Nothing new. Let's type it in. Nothing new in 47 minutes ago, so just probably waiting on Zelensky to speak, I'm sure, right? Your map is 11 hours behind. Yeah, I'm sure it's glitched. Sure. There we go. Now I got it to work. 11 hours ago for me too. Another Russian attack on Irpin. There should be newer updates than that though. It's definitely glitched. There you go. Now mine loaded. Let's check and see if there's any. On here. Snowfall. This is near where the Russians were staged on the first day. Heavy snowfall down here. Looks like a mixture of rain too. Wet snow. Oh, that's sleet. What is up with the vibe of this like live feed? I don't. They're just cameras pointed at these ambassadors. To where that's the White House. I don't know why they have that. I don't know why they have the White House on the. The top prosecutor at the International Criminal Court says there's a reasonable basis to believe that war crimes... Like, what do you mean reasonable basis to believe? We've been watching it every single day. That war crimes and crimes against humanity have been committed in Ukraine. ICC says it opens... Are they, like, not watching? Is there somebody in this, like, just that hasn't been dedicated to just watching it? They got to take the word of the leaders, or what? Here's a picture. Pioneer Press, Minnesota paper posted. Exit out of Ukraine. Here's more of the. Here's that convoy. So if a convoy 17 miles long, what's the lag time from the first vehicle? That's a good question. Depends on the speed and distance. Military vehicles. This is just a portion of it. Wish there's none in the back over here. This one. This is the one that's closest. Let's check the actual river. No, playback unavailable. This is the Dnieper River. Oh, you can't see anything. Probably from the rain on the camera. Nothing with that one. Just checking some other feeds around the country. A lot of them are down, chat. Kyiv is really like the main spot. Oh, there's one right here, right? There's one. So there's the river. Back to the capital. Let me know if you haven't, guys, where you're tuning in from. Welcome to Mercado Media Productions. You're watching this live on Facebook and YouTube. It's storming around Odessa, too. Quick station check-in. You're watching this on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't so you can comment. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't on YouTube. Make sure you're following on Facebook. Mercado Media Productions. Facebook page, YouTube channel. Also have a Twitter. I've been posting whenever there's been air raid sounds or anything that I need to update for people that have been watching simultaneously. MMP LLC News on Twitter. We got New Zealand, Hawaii tuned in. Morning from Orlando. Morning, good morning. Wisconsin tuned in. Ontario. Thank you, Billiot. Thank you for subscribing earlier. Thank you. Staten Island, New York, Indiana's tuned in. Where did the donation? We got Tulsa tuned in. Excuse me. We got Tulsa, Oklahoma tuned in. Mesa, Arizona. Denmark, Glasgow, welcome, welcome. Central Wisconsin, time to have a smoke break safety meeting. This is a 420 friendly stream. 420 friendly stream. If we weren't covering a war, it still will be a 420 friendly stream. Denmark tuned in, North Carolina. Australia tuned in, Lake Wales, Florida. Geelong, Australia tuned in. United Kingdom. Sweden's tuned in. Edmonton, Canada. Denmark. Super sour diesel. Starting to get to the end of my day. Not the end of the stream. Where it's getting towards the end of my work day. Not gonna lie, chat. I'm tired. Other upcoming coverage is the People's Convoy planned in the United States here next week or this week. It's already started. That's been in the plans for a long time, even before this coverage. I wasn't gonna plan to cover the war here either, chat. We're playing video games, and then someone said, "You see what Vladimir Putin said?" That was Thursday, and then the invasion started. Been here ever since. So we do have other news to cover at the end of this week that I committed to. I go cover the People's Convoy. It's going through Minnesota and Wisconsin all the way to Washington, D.C. I don't think I'm going to follow it to Washington, D.C., but I'm going to follow it through Wisconsin. cover that through the weekend and then likely return back to our war coverage on Monday. I also do need a break, one day. Yeah, this is in the capital. No, like, you gotta realize they're under curfew. So, like, at nighttime they can't leave. So, understandably, people are probably just outside as much as they can right now.
Dear colleagues, can I ask you to take a seat?
What's that mean? What just happened? Someone with the command authority just spoke. Said, take seats. Sounds like the president's getting ready to talk.
Dear colleagues, can I ask you to take a seat, please?
Use the hammer. Use the hammer. There you go.
Please take a seat, dear colleagues.
That was the softest gavel I've ever heard. Why do I feel like none of us have ever seen this before? Or seen any of this? Maybe it's by design, but like regular people aren't watching it. Like, who just decides, you know what, I'm gonna spark up and watch a UN
Once again,
security
can I please ask you to take a seat? This is a very important moment for the Parliament.
I hope so. This is live, chat. President of Ukraine is supposed to be speaking, so this one's good. That other one, I'm not sure what was going on with that. The Russian leader got to speak, and then all the other leaders. All right, let's listen.
We are here today in the dark shadow cast by Putin's war. A war we did not provoke, a war we did not start. An outrageous invasion of a sovereign, independent
This is the EU.
state.
Got it. Okay, this is the EU.
On behalf of the European Parliament, I condemn the Russian military aggression against Ukraine in the strongest possible terms and express my solidarity with all those suffering and all those killed.
So this is the European Union. European Union.
The message from Europe is clear. We will stand up. We will not look away when those fighting in the streets for our values face down Putin's massive war machine. We will support the International Criminal Court's jurisdiction and investigation of war crimes in Ukraine. We will hold him accountable just as we will hold Lukashenko. We are facing an existential threat to the Europe we know, the Europe so many have given so much for. And this is why on this important day, I am pleased to announce that President Zelensky will address us shortly, followed by Speaker Ruslan Stefanchuk, the chair of the Rada of Ukraine. And allow me also to have a special welcome to the Ambassador of Ukraine and the Ukrainian people present in the plenary today.
Goddamn, how long do they clap for themselves? Boy, I tell you what. This is the longest clapping I've ever heard. I swear to God. Have you guys ever heard clapping this long? Right, British Prime Minister Johnson, we have options for strength. Is the clapping on a loop? We have options for strengthening sanctions against Sberbank. Let's check this out while they're clapping. Look, we can do breaking news while they're clapping. Kupiansk locals explain them.
Mr. President,
my bad, they're done.
Thank you for showing the world what it means to stand up. Thank you for reminding us about the dangers of complacency. Everyday acts of extraordinary heroism by Ukrainians inspire us all. Defense forces and citizens making the ultimate sacrifice to delay a column of tanks. Senior citizens standing up to face down Russian troops with nothing but pride and sunflowers as their weapon. Brave women forced to give birth in metro stations next to their Kalashnikovs. They showed the world that our way of life is worth defending. It is worth a cost. All those who remember living under occupation will attest to that. All those standing up in Belarus, all those looking to us in Moldova, in Georgia. It is worth it for us, for the next generation, for all those in Ukraine and around the world who believe in Europe and in our way, and for all those who want to be free. Our European response was on display over the last very painful days. This must be our whatever it takes moment. Neighboring states have accepted hundreds of thousands of fleeing Ukrainians. Europeans sheltered Ukrainians in their homes. We have implemented a series of unprecedented, massive sanctions. We have gone further and will provide much needed weapons to Ukraine. We have declared that Russian aircraft and oligarchs' private jets are no longer welcome in our open skies. We have moved for Russia to be disconnected from the SWIFT system. We have banned Kremlin propaganda tools. European citizens, organizations, businesses, sports have taken a clear and forceful stand, underlining that they will not deal with or welcome an aggressor. And Europe stands ready to go further still. We recognize Ukraine's European perspective. And as our resolution clearly states, we welcome, Mr. President, Ukraine's application for candidate status, and we will work towards that goal, because we will.
Man, it would have been a time to announce that they're in the
because
European Union.
We will and we must face the future together. Mr. President, we stand with you in your fight for survival in this dark moment in our history. When you look to this European Parliament, you will always find an ally, a space to address Europe and the world, and always, always a friend. This European Parliament has a long, proud history of being a thorn in the side of autocrats. And in this spirit, I will seek a ban on any representatives of the Kremlin from entering European Parliament premises, because aggressors and warmongers have no place in the House of Democracy. Dear President, dear members, let me finish out by setting out 4 important principles for our future. First of all, Europe can no longer remain reliant on Kremlin gas. We need to redouble our efforts.
So I said the United States needs to do it. The United States needs
To
to do that.
diversify our energy systems towards a Europe that is no longer at the behest of autocrats, that will put our energy security on stronger footing. Secondly, Europe can no longer welcome Kremlin cash and pretend that there are no strings attached. Putin's oligarchs and those who bankroll him should no longer be able to use their purchasing power to hide behind a veneer of respectability in our cities, in our communities, or in our sports clubs. Their super yachts should find no harbor in our Europe, and we can no longer sell passports to Putin's friends, allowing them to circumvent our security. No more.
No super yachts.
Thirdly, investment in our defense.
Oh. Uh-oh. What happened? Uh-oh. What happened? What happened? Uh-oh. Did the Russians hack it? I don't know. That's not... I have no idea. This is the feed. What happened? Alright. Well, apparently they don't... Apparently politician speak is not on the... Not for us today. So we're gonna go back to the war for a little bit. That's twice now. Twice now between the UN and now the EU. We can't cut out. No super yachts for Russia. The energy sounded like a good idea. I wanted to hear more. But apparently not. We got a blue screen still. No, this is their feed. This isn't us. This is the live feed. Whatever camera feed. German. Do we have a new one? Quick, do we have a new one? This is the German one. What is this?
With Ukraine.
There you go. We're back.
Thank you.
European Parliament. We're back. Germany one got hacked or something. We're good. We're back. This is gonna take 3 minutes. Did they actually mute the clapping this time? Yeah. Wow. Who is this Ursula person? They keep showing her, like, look at this. Alright, let's see what's gonna actually get done.
Thank you very much.
Dear President Zelensky.
Present in the media, in this session hall. You know, over the last couple of days, I don't know how to welcome and greet everybody because I cannot say good morning or can say good afternoon or good evening. And I cannot, and that's true, because every day, for some people, this day is not good. For some people, this day is the last one. I speak today now about my citizens of Ukraine who are defending by paying the ultimate price. They defending freedom. I'm very happy that what I've seen here now and heard here now, I'm very glad to sense this mood, the unifying mood. I'm happy that we have unified today, all of you, all the countries of the European Union. But I did not know, but this is the price that we'll have to pay. And it's a tragedy for me, a tragedy for every Ukrainian, tragedy for our state. I mean, this high price, very high price. Thousands of people who were killed. 2 revolutions, 1 war. and 5 days of full-scale invasion of the Russian Federation. You know, I don't read off the paper, off the sheet, because the paper phase in the life of my country has ended. Now we're dealing with reality. We're dealing with killed people, real life, you know. And you know, I believe that today we're giving lives for values, for rights, for freedom, for the desire to be equal as much as you are. We are giving away our best people, the strongest ones, the most value-based ones. Ukrainians are incredible. And very often we love to say that we will win over everyone. And I'm very happy that you are not only talking about it, but you can see that. And we will overcome everyone. And I'm sure, I'm convinced, there is an expression, Ukrainian choice, European choice of Ukraine. That's what we're striving for, and that's what we're going to, and we went to. So I would like to hear that from you to us, we could hear that Ukrainian choice for Europe from you. I have some time off here because we have breaks between the missile strikes and bombardments, and this morning was a very tragic one for us. 2 cruise missiles hit Kyiv, the city which is located to the borders of the Russian Federation. There were always many Russians there, and they're always friendly. There were warm relations there. More than 20 universities are there. It's the city that has the largest number of universities in our country. The youth is bright, smart there. The people who gathered there all the time and was gathering there all the time for celebrating all celebrations on the largest square in our country, the Freedom Square. And this is the largest square in Europe, and that's true. This is called the Freedom Square. Can you imagine this morning 2 cruise missiles hit this Freedom Square, dozens of killed ones. This is the price of freedom. We're fighting just for our land and for our freedom, despite the fact that all large cities of our country are now blocked. Nobody is going to enter and intervene with our freedom and country. And believe you me, every square of today, no matter what it's called, it's going to be called, as today, Freedom Square in every city of our country. Nobody is going to break us. We're strong. We're Ukrainians. We have a desire to see our children alive. I think it's a fair one. Yesterday, 16 children were killed. Again and again, President Putin is going to say that is some kind of operation and we are hitting a military infrastructure. Where are our children? What kind of military factories do they work at? What tanks are they going with? Or launching cruise missiles? He killed 16 people just yesterday. Dear, our people are very much motivated, very much so. We are fighting for our rights, for our freedoms, for life, for our life. And now we're fighting for survival. And this is the highest of our motivation. But we are fighting also to be equal members of Europe. I believe that today we are showing everybody that's exactly what we are. The European Union is going to be much stronger with us, so that's for sure. Without you, Ukraine is going to be lonesome. We have proven our strength. We have proven that, as at a minimum, we are exactly the same as you are. So do prove that you are with us. Do prove that you will not let us go. Do prove that you indeed are Europeans. And then life will win over death, and light will win over darkness. Glory be to Ukraine.
President of Ukraine. Just for a sec, just for a little bit, chat.
Thank you very much for your strong message, President, for your bravery and for your conviction. I will now give the floor to the Speaker of the Ukraine Parliament, Ruslan Stefanchuk, for his intervention.
First of all, I would like to thank you for the possibility to speak, to address the European Parliament. And I would like to say, look at my back. You see the shoots that everybody sees today, the whole world sees today. 8 years ago, Ukrainian people said categorically no to the Russian aggression, to their attempt to change their way to home, to European nation, to the united European Union, to a very successful unifying process that they demonstrated during all these years. Instead, our right to develop, our right to be a democratic state that chooses itself its own way was completely ruined by the country that doesn't respect international law, international principles, that destroys territorial integrity and sovereignty. And the result you see today very clearly. Amount of killed, amount of wounded. You know that the aggressor attacked Kharkiv full scale tonight. Today, other cities are being constantly under attack. You know, I think that in the history of Europe there is a crossroads. Europe is now fighting an aggressor, and it is very important how this challenge will be rebuffed by the united civilization. Dear parliamentaries, I know that you will look at a whole range of serious economic sanctions that you will adopt against the aggressor. I would like you to understand that today Ukraine is defending the border of the civilized world. And God forbid Ukraine falls. Nobody knows where Russian aggressor will stop. You know, when I was in my official suit and we were working in the parliament and we have been taking very important reformist laws, but just today I was 4 times descending into the basement because above my 1,500-old city there are bombs, missiles, and they do everything to break Ukrainian spirit, but this wouldn't happen. So think now what can happen to Europe if the Russian horrible empire is renewed, if the European Union would be able to protect the space of freedom which was created during the last dozens of years. And what is felt in Eastern European countries now, when Russian tanks will confront their borders. To which other regions Kremlin will look after it conquers Ukraine? That I would like to call upon you to think strategically, to support the unity of European Union, to support Ukraine, to make it strategic partner, and the most important act, don't be silent. Collect all your efforts and show that Europe today is unified as never, because the threat today is like never before. And the best support to the people of Ukraine in these darkest hours will be the real recognition of our European aspiration, because the membership in the European Union, even before these events that started on the 24th of February, was supported by the majority of Ukrainians. And this is our mandate. This is our mandate to have relationship with you, with the European Union, because the Ukrainian people have made their choice. And I'm calling for all the member states and the leadership of European Union to support the candidate, the aspirant status for Ukraine, which is now supported by the whole of Ukrainians. You know that Vladimir Zelensky has already signed the letter with our application to membership according to Article 49 of European Union agreement. Dear friends, in the project of the resolution of the European Parliament, there is a whole range of sanctions going to be reflected against the aggressor. I call upon you to support them, because let's together we have to confirm the Churchill expression about that there are no small people and no small countries. We know that Ukraine has proven that this slogan during the last 6 days. Let's be worthy of those people who are perishing right now for the European Union, for the future of our European house. Let's understand that there cannot be peace in Europe without Ukraine. There could not be integral Europe without Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your words, for your courage and for your commitment to peace and parliamentary democracy. I give the floor now to the President of the European Council, Charles Michel, for his statement.
This is the European Union.
Madame la Présidente du Parlement européen, Madame la
President of the European Parliament, President of the Commission, members of the European Parliament, dear President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, dear Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament. The words that you have expressed pierce our hearts and our souls and show how serious the situation is. The challenge is a very serious one, and the decisions that we're going to have to take together are also very serious ones, because once again, blood and war have reached European soil.
Vladimir Putin launched a brutal, massive invasion of Ukraine, an unjustified and unprovoked war based on despicable lies.
We got air raid alarm
and he
in
did
Ukraine
it
right now.
only for one reason.
So we have air raid alarm going off in Kyiv, so I'm going to play that at the same time as this speech, chat, because that's just the reality of it. We have the war going on in the background. This is a live feed, so... Alright.
Rule of law. And dear colleagues, it's not only Ukraine that's under attack. International law, rules-based international order, democracy, human dignity are also under attack. This is geopolitical terrorism, pure and simple. We must support Ukraine, and we are supporting Ukraine. We must protect peace, we must protect democracy and international law. And ladies and gentlemen, our transatlantic alliance is strong, united, perfectly coordinated, and we are also working closely with the members of the G7 and with the United Nations, and more countries are engaging in an anti-war coalition along with people from around the world with one common message. Russia, stop the war, go home, let's talk. We are putting maximum pressure on Russia and its leaders. We are stepping up to support Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. I salute with all of you President Zelensky and the brave people of Ukraine for their courage and composure. And it's also our duty to rise to this historic moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we promised together that we would react quickly, that the consequences for Russia would be massive and severe, and our actions have matched our words. We have responded with massive and unprecedented sanctions. We imposed sanctions on political and military leaders, on oligarchs, on Vladimir Putin, on Sergei Lavrov. We are also taking powerful measures to severely restrict the use of the foreign currency reserve of the Russian Central Bank. We are excluding key Russian banks from the SWIFT system. And we are also imposing severe sanctions on key sectors of Russia's economy. Mais mesdames et messieurs, nous devons être...
Ladies and gentlemen, we have to be honest about all of this. These sanctions will also impose a cost on us. And this is a price worth paying, because what's at stake is our values, our convictions, and our common future.
Alors, chers collègues, bien sûr.
Colleagues, obviously supporting Ukraine is mobilizing financial resources. That's what we're doing, and we're going to continue to do. There's going to be an international donors conference.
6 minutes ago,
also, together with
6 minutes ago, aircraft dropped a bomb on elevation equipment plant. So while they're talking about that, this is happening. That's why I'm not cutting the siren off. Oh my goodness, dude! Another bomb dropped. Where is this? This happened 6 minutes ago, chat. Breaking 6 minutes ago. Kharkov, a fighter jet dropped a bomb on the handling equipment plant. Kharkov's getting hit hard.
Дом тоже горит нахуй. Дом тоже горит нахуй.
Fighter jet dropped a bomb. There are victims, eyewitnesses. Follow.
To act in accordance with the times. It's going to be difficult. We know there are different views in Europe. There are various views on this subject, and it'll be up to the European Commission to produce an opinion on the basis of which the Council will take its responsibilities on board. The Council will have to seriously look at the symbolic, political and legitimate request that's been made, and will have to make the appropriate choices in a determined and clear-headed manner. Ladies and gentlemen,
en vous indiquant que
when this war was launched, Vladimir Putin thought that he would break European unity. He was wrong. He probably thought that he would face inertia, paralysis, the search for excuses to avoid taking decisions. But he was wrong. When he launched this action, he probably thought that he would take Ukraine easily and rapidly. But he was wrong, because the Ukrainian people are resisting bravely. He probably thought that he would launch a fatal blow against that which we incarnate, freedom and the rule of law. But again, he's wrong. And in 1961, General de Gaulle said that every retreat excites the aggressor. It makes him redouble his pressure and makes his action easier. Western powers can best serve world peace by standing up firmly against aggression. That's the position of President Zelensky, and that's the position that we have to adopt. We have to stand firm and look at the aggressor, and we have to see President Zelensky as the incarnation of stability, security, enlightenment and European values. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, President Michel. I now give the floor to the High Representative of the Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Josep Borrell, for his statement.
This is the European Union, not NATO.
Monsieur le Président du Conseil européen, Madame la Présidente.
President of the Europe.
Dear members of the European Parliament, I will try to share with you my thoughts on the meaning of the tragic events that we are living and the provisional lessons that we can draw from them, especially for the common security and defence policy, which I had the honour to try to develop, and remains an intergovernmental policy, a policy which is yet in the hands of the member states, but cannot be implemented efficiently without the strong cooperation of the Commission competences. I think this is the moment in which the geopolitical Europe is being born. Ça, c'est l'acte de naissance de l'Europe.
This is the act of the birth of a geopolitical Europe. Once we are aware of the challenges that we face, the moment Europe must assume its responsibilities, the moment we become fully aware that for the first moment since the Second World War we are seeing one country invade another. This is a country with nuclear weapons. This is part of its intimidation tactics. It makes me sick when I think about the historical analogies and how we can look back at the events of the start of the Second World War.
Of tragedy to which Europe is being confronted today. The return of tragedy, far from frightening us, should galvanize us. First, because it believes the idea that the European project had lost its momentum because the horizon of the war has been faded. Unfortunately not. This reminds us that the evil, the tragedy and the war never fade away. And it's about the relationship with war, with the use of force, with the violence, who have been debating here. We have been debating for years to find out can Europe can counter it. And this is why in the recent years we have talked more about defense issues than in the past, and we have begun to set up joint military programs. Well, that's why the European Parliament itself has voted to set this European Defence Fund, and the Member States has created this European Peace Facility that now we are mobilising in order to provide arms to Ukraine. The European Council in the next weeks will adopt the strategic compass, and with the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, we must amplify our reflection, adjust our means, and anticipate our responses. Because one of the lessons that we have to learn from the invasion of Ukraine is that more than ever, Europe must to think strategically about itself, its environment, and the world. This is no longer a luxury, it's a necessity. Europe must amplify its reflection on security issues, and the European Parliament has had an important role to play in this regard. We think we need to think about the instrument of coercion, retaliation and counterattack in the face of reckless adversaries, because all we need to understand is that to make peace we need to be two, but to make war is enough to be one. This is exactly what Mr. Putin is telling us. And that's why we have to increase our deterrent capacity a lot. We need to increase our deterrence capacity in order to prevent war. And it's clear that our deterrent has not been strong enough to stop Mr. Putin's aggression. But since this aggression has started, we have reacted in the last few days in a way that Mr. Putin didn't expect. And we are showing him that we will never sacrifice our freedom and the freedom of others on the altar of our well-being and prosperity. Being president of this parliament in 2007, I had the opportunity to tell to Mr. Putin eye to eyes on the aftermath of the killing of a journalist, Anna Politkovskaya. I told him, we are not going to change human rights by your gas. And this is the moment to repeat and to act on that. We will not share, we will not abandon the defense of our human rights and freedom.
Bomber targeted a 5-story apartment block in Kharkiv. There are multiple casualties. Lots of bombings today in Kharkiv.
Last Saturday,
this is on the Telegram message.
After having held another Foreign Affairs Council and attending the debate of the European Union Council, I was talking with you, President
This is the
Michel,
aftermath of that.
and you told me, are we doing everything we can? Is there something more than we can do? Is that enough? Are we so powerless? And you told me, think, do, act. We have to push member states in order to adopt decisions on SWIFT and to take Russia out of the financial system. Think about how can we arm Ukraine, not country by country, one after all, in an uncoordinated manner. And you encouraged me to talk with member states again. In few hours, we agreed on using this European peace facility in order to bring financial support and coordinate member states on arming Ukrainian army and people. In less than 24 hours, another taboo had fallen. And the President of the Commission immediately, showing a strong leadership, start working in order to get an agreement with our international partners in order to make possible to switch off Russia from the financial system. And you know what? Now, half of the reserves of the Central Bank of Russia are completely out of their control. They are frozen. Do you imagine? This is the coercion capacity. 3 days ago it was impossible, and now it's possible, and they start feeling the consequences in terms of inflation and the fall of their currency. Yes, we have capacities, we have mobilized these capacities, now, right? And we have to continue doing so.
A live stream.
Putting together the...
Fox News is running a live stream, so this is like our base, right? This is like the Fox News feed. They're not running a loop. The one truthful thing they've done last week.
Budget is an intergovernmental fund managed by the member states, because we claim that we, European Union, we're a peaceful force and we cannot provide arms to anyone else. Yes, we can. Yes, we have done. On the next budget, think about it. Once you vote the next budget, use your budgetary capacity. You have the budgetary capacity of this institution to put the ways and means in order to face the next crisis and the next Russian aggression. We are also working,
we are working in the international arena to try and build a coalition to condemn Russia within the UN. They had...
This is the European Union that we're listening to. That they're having a... Yeah, I know, I keep getting an air screen. It's for the map.
There were countries traditionally allied to Russia that did not vote in favor of them. They abstained. And so now we need to build an international coalition. So in the next UN General Assembly, it will be the entire world that will condemn this aggressor. Nobody can look the other way. There is no justification for a powerful country attacking its weaker neighbor. You cannot speak of pacifism. You cannot have the aggressor and the attacker on the same footing.
I know, it literally sounds like campaigning.
We have to be by their side. We have used our coercive capacity.
Zelensky's speech was shorter than this one.
Not necessarily using weapons. When we talk about Europe being a hard power, people think only in military power, but there are other ways to exert hard power.
La capacidad de...
Our coercive capacity is a way of influencing another's behaviour, and this is not just done by weapons. It has been done by the European Commission, and extraordinarily successful measures as put in place by the Commission. So thank you, President von der Leyen.
I know, right, Zelensky? I got a war to fight.
We're not talking about mobilizing missiles, but these sanctions can have a hugely important effect on a country. They will not allow Russia to spend the money that we have spent on their gas to fund this war. That is, ladies and gentlemen,
If you
I
missed
believe
it
the most important.
If you missed it this morning, that was the explosion that happened. If you're just tuning in now, excuse me. This one did not just happen. This was early this morning at 8 a.m. in Ukraine. But this is what the president was talking about with the Freedom Square and the largest square in Europe that he was talking about. That had happened. We were tuned into that as it happened. So that's what the president was referring to. It's been really bad today.
Capacity to act. We need to be more consistent. We need to be more united than we have been up to now. We have done a lot. I think we have surprised the world. I think we have surprised Putin by our rapid capacity to act, and we must continue along this path. This moment here in Parliament with your applause, that shows us that
wasn't a
EU
vacuum
institutions must continue on this path that we have started. This is the moment that Europeans understand they live in a dangerous world.
No,
in order to confront.
This wasn't a vacuum bomb, the one that you're talking about. No, this happened this morning in Ukraine, in the Freedom Square. This is what we've been. If you've been tuned in for a little while, we've watched a couple of clips. This happened in Kharkiv. They've been dropping bombs and missiles in this city all day today. All day today, dropping missiles and bombs. This is the one that Russia's trying to take. They're trying to take Kharkiv and Sumy. They want these two.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, High Representative. I now give the floor to the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, for a statement. Madam President of the European Parliament, Mr. President of the Council, High Representative, Mr. President of the Ukraine, dear Volodymyr, Mr. Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament, my honorable members, war has returned to Europe. Almost 30 years after the Balkan Wars and over half a century after Soviet troops marched into Prague and Budapest, civil defense sirens again went off in the heart of a European capital.
This is the president.
Thousands of people fleeing from bombs, camped in underground stations, holding hands, crying silently, trying to cheer each other up. Cars lined up towards Ukrainian western borders. And when many of them ran out of fuel, people picked up their children and their backpacks and marched for tens of kilometers towards our union. They sought refuge inside our borders because their country wasn't safe any longer. Because inside Ukraine, a gruesome death count has begun. Men, women, children are dying once again because a foreign leader, President Putin, decided that their country, Ukraine, has no right to exist. And we will never, ever let that happen and never, ever accept that. Honourable members, this is a moment of truth for Europe. And let me quote the editorial of one Ukrainian newspaper, the Kyiv Independent, published just hours before the invasion began, and I quote,
That's what we've been listening.
This is not just about Ukraine. It's a clash of two worlds, two polar set of values. End of quote. They are so right. This is a clash between the rule of law and the rule of the gun, between democracies and autocracies, between a rules-based order and a world of naked aggression. How we respond today to what Russia is doing will determine the future of the international system.
The destiny of Ukraine is at stake, but our own fate also lies in the balance. We must show the power that lies in our democracies. We must show the power of people that choose their independent path freely and democratically. This is our show of force. And today, a union of almost 500 million people has mobilized for Ukraine. The people of Europe are demonstrating in front of Russian embassies all across our union. Many of them have opened their homes to Ukrainians fleeing from Putin's bombs. And let me thank especially Poland, Romania, Slovakia and Hungary for welcoming these women, men and children. Europe will be there for them, not only in the first days, but also in the weeks and months to come. That must be our promise altogether. And this is why we are proposing to activate the temporary protection mechanism to provide them with a secure status and access to schools, medical care and work. They deserve it. We need to do that now. And we know this is only the beginning. More Ukrainians will need our protection and solidarity. We are and we will be there for them. Our union is showing a unity of purpose that makes me proud. At the speed of light, the European Union has adopted 3 waves of heavy sanctions against Russia's financial system, its high-tech industries, and its corrupt elite. And this is the largest sanctions package in our union's history. We do not take these measures lightly, but we feel we had to act. These sanctions will take a heavy toll on the Russian economy and on the Kremlin. We are disconnecting key Russian banks.
So there's also fighting in Kyiv. That's down here. This is happening today as well. Lots of fighting in one of the port cities. Kyiv, Mykolaiv, and Odessa. So this is where that's happening. Fighting continues. This was 37 minutes ago.
Все, это пизда, все прям на нашу улицу.
Lots of ground.
Сука! Ебать! Нахуй ассигнацию. Здорово, мужики.
That word's universal.
Все, это пизда.
Good morning, good morning.
Сука! Ебать! Нахуй ассигнацию. Здорово, мужики.
Suspending the licenses of the Kremlin's propaganda machine. The state-owned Russia Today and Sputnik and all of their subsidiaries will no longer be able to spread their lies to justify Putin's war and to divide our union. And these are unprecedented actions by the European Union and our partners in response of an unprecedented aggression by Russia. Each one of these steps has been closely coordinated with our partners and allies. The United States, the United Kingdom, Canada and Norway, but also, for example, Japan, South Korea and Australia. All of these days you see that more than 30 countries representing well over half of the world's economy have also announced sanctions and export controls on Russia. And if Putin was seeking to divide the European Union, to weaken NATO, and to break the international community, he has achieved exactly the opposite. We are more united than ever, and we will stand up in this war. That is for clear that we will overcome and we will prevail. We are united and we stay united.
This is the President of the European Union. We have plenty of our
Honourable
own turmoil
members,
in North America.
I am well aware that these sanctions will come at a cost for our economy too. I know this, and I want to speak honestly to the people of Europe. We have endured 2 years of pandemic, and we all wished that we could focus on our economic and social recovery. But I believe the people of Europe understand very well that we must stand up against this cruel aggression. Yes, protecting our liberty comes at a price, but this is a defining moment, and this is the cost we are willing to pay, because freedom is priceless, honourable members. This is our principle. Freedom is priceless.
Ursula von der Leyen. That's correct. The president.
Our investments today will make us more independent tomorrow. And I'm thinking first and foremost about our energy security. We simply cannot rely so much on a supplier that explicitly threatens us. And this is why we reached out to other global suppliers, and they responded. Norway is stepping up. In January, we had the record supply of LNG gas. We're building new LNG terminals and working on interconnectors. But in the long run, it is our switch to renewables and hydrogen that will make us truly independent. We have to accelerate the green transition, because every kilowatt hour of electricity Europe generates from solar, wind, hydropower or biomass reduces our dependency on Russian gas and other energy sources. This is a strategic investment. And my honourable members, this is a strategic investment because on top, less dependency on Russian gas and other fossil fuel sources also means less money for the Kremlin's war chest. This is also a truth. We are resolute. Europe can rise up to the challenge. The same is true on defence. European security and defence has evolved more in the last 6 days than in the last 2 decades. Most member states have promised deliveries of military equipment to Ukraine. Germany announced that it will meet the 2% goal of NATO as soon as possible. And our union, for the first time ever, is using the European budget to purchase and deliver military equipment to a country that is under attack. 500 million euros for the European Peace Facility to support Ukraine's defence. As a first batch, we will now also match this by at least 500 million euro from the EU budget to deal with the humanitarian consequences of this tragic war, both in the country and for the refugees. Honourable members, this is a watershed moment for our union. We cannot take our security and the protection of people for granted. We have to stand up for it. We have to invest in it. We have to carry our fair share of the responsibility. And this crisis is changing Europe. But Russia has also reached a crossroad. The actions of the Kremlin are severely damaging the long-term interests of Russia and its people. More and more Russians understand this as well. They are marching for peace and freedom. And how does the Kremlin respond to this? By arresting thousands of them.
We watched that live.
But ultimately, the longing for peace and freedom cannot be silenced. There is another Russia besides Putin's tanks, and we extend our hand of friendship to this other Russia. Be assured they have our support. Honourable members, in these days, independent Ukraine is facing its darkest hour. At the same time, the Ukrainian people are holding up the torch of freedom for all of us. They are showing immense courage. They are defending their lives. But they are also fighting for universal values, and they are willing to die for them. President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people are a true inspiration. And when we last spoke, he told me again about his people's dream to join our union. Today, the European Union and Ukraine are already closer than ever before. There is still a long path ahead. We have to end this war, and we should talk about the next steps. But I am sure nobody in this hemicycle can doubt that a people that stands up so bravely for our European values belongs in our European family. And therefore, honourable members, I say, long live Europe, and long live a free and independent Ukraine. Me z vami, slava Ukrainie.
We are with you. Glory be to Ukraine.
Thank you.
Sounds a lot like thoughts and prayers.
Thank you very much.
Oh man, come on. You don't need to take credit.
Thank you very much, President von der Leyen. We now move to the speakers on behalf of the political group, starting with Manfred Weber for the EPP group.
Oh man.
Der 24.
24th of February. Significant date in Europe and the world. War has returned to Europe. And of course, it seems what we're doing here, it hardly measures up to what the Ukrainians are now doing. So right now, we're focusing on our...
I think something significant would have been like adding Ukraine to the European Union.
Leading them,
like right then and there.
Their strength, their love of
They said
liberty,
they have a long road ahead to join the European Union. They got to end the war
the heroes
first.
of the European way of life. The 24th of February.
She said that we got to end the war. They got a long road ahead before they can join the European Union.
From Lisbon to Riga, and the same feeling of shock everywhere, dismay.
Sounds like thoughts and prayers.
Aggression. On the other hand, admiration for the people of Ukraine. They're fighting for us. They're fighting for our values. These days,
Temporary
this
membership.
Key moment of the 24th of February makes everyone European. This moment forces us to give clear answers. When President Zelensky asks us, are we welcome? May we become members?
So again, I'm not advocating for trying to just go and, have the United States send troops and other countries send troops, no. But meaningful action is like not being done. I don't feel like that. Like a meaningful action would have been like vote on them to join the European Union immediately. And then I was like right after Zelensky finished speaking, that's what should have happened.
This brutality of trying
to have a long road ahead, she said, after they finish the war.
We want to conquer borders and demonstrate respect to everyone and defend our democracy and defend our freedoms. This Kyiv moment also means we have to be honest. We have to make it clear that we have to take action. With these sanctions, we have an exemplary package. I'd like to thank everyone for the last days.
They are relying on the sanctions package. This is what they're going with.
A week ago, we didn't really hear the same words. Some people were refusing to talk about Nord Stream 2 as a possible sanction. We weren't decisive enough. So today, that means we have to take action and we have to really abolish this unanimity in foreign policy. This Kyiv moment also means a strong NATO, but it also means a strong European pillar. And
I don't know, I'm just seeing like people wearing t-shirts and I'm hearing thoughts and prayers. I'm seeing t-shirt support and thoughts and prayers.
With the technical differences among
some posturing. Definitely some posturing by the leaders of whatever they're doing, whatever they are.
Asking for us,
ambassadors or whatever the hell.
Defending Europe. This Kyiv moment means we have to think big as Europe. So this conference on the future of Europe has to be rethought. We've concluded our citizens' dialogue. Now it's the right time.
But hey, we're doing the best we can for the Ukrainian people. Please donate what you can to the International Rescue Committee. Crisis in Ukraine, donate now. We're fundraising for the IRC. Thank you so much, Mariana. $25. And do what we can. YouTube is at 8,200. I'm just hearing like what this is gonna like. I'm hearing a lot of this is how this is gonna be great for the EU, and this is like great for this union of
demonstrates how important it is to have how decisive our trade partners are for freedom and democracy. We have to have a new free trade agreement with the U.S. to demonstrate this.
Like, all that's important, like, you need all that, but it's like, in this moment, the posturing is just kind of like, why?
New age is dawning.
All of that is needed, but is this really the time to, like, do political talk, extended political speeches?
Has no price.
I don't think so.
The price of freedom is something you pay when you lose it.
Like multiple,
and
like
Ukrainians are demonstrating.
Like we should, like, Zelensky should have been the only speech, really, honestly. I don't know how you get more inspired than Zelensky's speech, and now it's just like, I don't get it. I'm getting tired too, chat. So I'm getting a little less tolerable of this nonsense. $5 to the IRC. Thank you, Miranda. I've been up all night though. That's why. I know it's like almost 6-7 a.m. But like I've been up since.
Stage.
We're up all night. I'm not ending the stream though.
Historic times, and we need historic decisions.
Who's this now?
Financial and military support to Ukraine, deconnecting the main Russian banks from the SWIFT platform, the activation of the International Protection Directive.
Oh, what time is the state? We gotta tune in. What time is the State of the Union? What time is Biden's speech? Are we gonna be? Is that like a prime time?
To respond.
Is it a 1 p.m.? 1 p.m. Sorry, I'm getting tired. This is. I don't think that's dead. We heard Zelensky speak. I think we're done. We heard Zelensky speak. We heard the president of the EU speak. I think that's it. Like they didn't vote on them to join. They have like their diet in the EU. They didn't. No, so that's dead. It's at 9 p.m. Oh, we'll be watching it. We've been watching all the world leaders around this. We got to see what he says about it. That's why. And again, it would, for the Americans, it would be any president, whoever the president is. If it was a different president, we'd be listening to a different president tonight. It's just Biden. Oops. We're gonna see what he says and see what he has to say about this. We've been listening, like every world leader, we've been tuned in. Sensitive that it's Biden. If the last president was still the president, then we'd be listening to him. If it was a different one, doesn't, like, it's the American president. So sensitive. All right, I think I'm gonna like get the couple feeds running. I'm gonna get some sleep. I'm getting really tired. Are there any other good feeds available that I can put up? Go to our Discord server. What's this one? Oh, this is a good one too. The Plaza. Go to the Discord server to have discussion and share information. Otherwise, I'm going to be running a feed for you guys while I sleep because I need to get some sleep. And then be awake to run the night stream again. So this will go until like noon Central Time. It's 6:48 a.m. now, so this will go until about noon Central Time. You guys can watch as much as you want, and then it'll end, and then the stream will start up again at about 7 p.m. 6 p.m. Maybe 6 p.m. 7 p.m. So like I want to go like the goal is, because that time of night it's about 3 a.m. in Ukraine, and that's the dangerous time of night, and so that's when we need to be all hands on deck for gathering information, relevant, fast information. I'm getting tired for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna sleep well, but you guys can hang out in here. It'll be live on Facebook and YouTube. I don't take it down. We'll be listening to the State of the Union, the President Biden's State of the Union tonight. Also, tonight's stream, we'll be learning a little bit more about NATO and the UN, because myself included, I have no idea what the hell that NATO and the UN does. That's one thing for sure. After watching these streams and this war, what the hell do they do? The European Union's already shown that they're very just posturous. So, we'll see. Alright. Alright guys, I'm going to be getting that set up, so just hang tight. Hang tight, I'm going to get it set up. right, chat. I think it's all set up. Good to go. Hey, thank you all so much for donating and tuning in. I'm just got it all set up for you guys. Sorry it took so long. I'm really sleepy. All right. Let me know again. Drop where you're tuning in from for the chat. What city, what state you're tuning into. I'm going to get some sleep. And again, I'll see you guys in about 6 hours. Share the stream out. Spam the reactions. If you've been watching and you know answers to questions, answer those for those that join while I'm asleep if you could. Thank you, everybody. And I'll see you guys again about 6 hours. Correction, I'm so tired. The stream is going to end in 6 hours. I will see you later on tonight at 6 p.m., 7 p.m. All right, there you go. I want to clarify so people aren't asking. It'll be about 6 p.m., 7 p.m. in Central Time in the United States, okay? Then I'll be back. The stream will end in 6 hours at about noon. All right, there you go. See you guys later.
granted this morning. You saw that video there, a massive explosion at a central square. Ukraine's second largest city, dozens of victims according to emergency services. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky giving some details about what took place. He says two Russian troop missiles turned into the symbolic square, leaving the second largest Ukrainian city. Take a listen to what the emergency services in the area has to say about the speed to which this happened. Husbands said goodbye to their wives and their kids, many of them going left as the men here in the capital prepare to fight. Still, Dan. People on their smartphones looking down you okay? Yeah, good. Sorry, it's a bit more just trying to get everything. So, Debs is just trying to file Q&A stuff and as soon as she's free, we'll do it another. It's slightly getting more burden and stuff. I need to be fairly close. Otherwise, two in Kherson, so we go Kharkiv in Kherson, and then we basically we should stay on the west of Ukraine, I guess, before we go to Kyiv, right? Or should we go around it?
She's going to have a few remarks at the top, focused on the Ukraine situation, and then we'll do about 3 questions, and then she'll have to run. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. This is a pivotal moment for the world and a pivotal moment for the UN Human Rights Council. Russia's brutal, unprovoked war on Ukraine, a sovereign, democratic, and peaceful nation, is resulting in a human rights and humanitarian catastrophe. The situation in Ukraine is dire and getting worse by the day. Independent media outlets, human rights groups, and aid organizations have reported widely, and for all of the world to see, Russia's strikes hitting civilian areas, including schools, orphanages, hospitals, apartment buildings, and homes. Russia's forces have hit oil depots and power plants. They've even shelled near Chernobyl, risking another nuclear disaster. Yesterday, High Commissioner for Human Rights Michelle Bachelet stated that Russia's attacks in Ukraine have led to approximately 400 civilian casualties, including over 100 killed. The High Commissioner noted that, quote, most of the civilian deaths were caused by explosive weapons with a wide impact area, including shelling from heavy artillery and multi-launch rocket systems and airstrikes, unquote. The real figures, she said, she feared, are considerably higher. Russia's aggression has forcibly displaced over 160,000 within Ukraine and pushed another 500,000 refugees, a number that is still rising, across borders to seek shelter in neighboring states. We thank Moldova, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, and Poland for the hospitality and support they continue to show refugees fleeing Ukraine during this great time of need. We're working closely with partners to ensure that every potential refugee and asylum seeker receives appropriate protection. At the same time, in Russia, more than 6,000 peaceful protesters have been detained just in the past few days for voicing their opposition to the invasion. Russia's authorities seek to silence dissent, not only in the streets, but in the press and on social media as well. Similarly, on February 27th, the Lukashenko regime arrested over 800 in Belarus for peacefully protesting its sham referendum and enabling Russia's unprovoked war on Ukraine. This is in addition to the over 1,000 political prisoners who remain unjustly detained by the regime. Lukashenko has not only facilitated this brutal and unjust war, but the regime is poised to join in the fighting against a peaceful neighbor. Last week, we sent an urgent letter to High Commissioner Bachelet regarding credible information we obtained indicating that the Kremlin was planning systematic human rights abuses in the aftermath of its invasion. We know the depravity of past Russian operations, which have included arbitrary and extrajudicial killings, abductions, forced disappearances, unjust detentions, and the use of torture and other severe abuses, which we've also noted in Russian-controlled areas of the Donbass. We are deeply concerned that those who oppose Russia's actions or policies, including members of Ukraine's democratically elected government, journalists, human rights defenders, anti-corruption activists, vulnerable populations such as religious and ethnic minority groups and LGBTQI+ persons and dissidents in exile from Belarus and Russia are at tremendous risk. To the Russian government and Russian military personnel involved in this invasion, the world is watching. The United States is supporting all efforts to identify and document human rights abuses or violations of international humanitarian law. We will work to ensure that perpetrators are held to account. It's time for the Human Rights Council to act. We cannot ignore reality, our obligations under the UN Charter, or our commitments under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, nor accept the false narratives put forth by Russia as it violently invades a fellow Human Rights Council member. We must be unified in our support for Ukraine and the founding principles of this body. I urge all members of this council to rise to meet this critical moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Undersecretary Reuters, Stephanie Nebahay. Can you elaborate? You said that you and the Secretary of State referred to crimes committed by by Russia in Ukraine. Excuse me. Can you elaborate a bit about that and your hopes for getting cross-regional support here at the Human Rights Council for that resolution that would put in place a commission of inquiry? And I note also, just as a second part, that Canadian Foreign Minister Melanie Joly, who was here today, said that Canada will be petitioning the ICC in The Hague regarding what she called crimes against humanity and war crimes by Russia. Do you support that move, bearing in mind Washington has not joined the court? Thank you.
Thank you for this question. Just adding on my opening remarks, I'd say that we've seen deeply concerning reports that Russian military strikes have hit civilian facilities and civilian infrastructure, including at least one hospital, an orphanage, and multiple kindergartens. So if they are intentionally targeting civilians or civilian objects, that would be a violation of international humanitarian law. As far as the dynamics in the Human Rights Council, I think we are seeing a wellspring of international solidarity for the Ukrainian people, for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, as we saw with the very affirmative vote in favor of an urgent debate to discuss this situation later this week. I think we also saw Russia extremely isolated in this vote, with only 4 other countries joining it to vote no, and that was China, Venezuela, Cuba, and Eritrea. So as far as the United States position, we are firmly committed to pursuing accountability for human rights abuses or international humanitarian law violations using every tool available, including criminal prosecutions where appropriate. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, Stéphane Bissal, the Temps newspaper. You were talking about the dynamic of the Human Rights Council. How do you see that play out in the prospect of the urgent debate on Thursday? Do you see a majority of member states get together to make Russia accountable for what's going on? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there is a draft resolution that has been proposed by Ukraine that I think offers a very important way forward in terms of rejecting this violation of the UN Charter, in terms of calling for respect of international humanitarian law, and also, very importantly, creating an independent investigative mechanism that will allow us to pursue accountability for violations of human rights, which is absolutely the purpose of this council.
Madam Undersecretary Jamie, Associated Press. You mentioned in the response to Stephanie's question about civilians who've been attacked in the hospital. Could you give us a little bit more detail? There are a lot of people wondering exactly what extent of casualties among civilians have been, children in particular. And obviously the United States has a number of mechanisms and means to observe what the status is so could you just give us an idea more precisely, if you can, about exactly how civilians, as you're under your remit for civilian security, what the actual precise conditions are for civilians right now?
Well, thank you. I mean, this is a fluid and a deteriorating situation. So even the forced displacement numbers that I described, those are a moving target, and sadly one, moving in a very concerning direction. I think it's critically important that we ascertain what is happening on the ground and that we use all of the tools that we have multilaterally to achieve this. This is why pursuing an independent investigative mechanism via the Human Rights Council is yet one more tool that we can use. Here, I would also say the work of the Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights is incredibly important. And High Commissioner Bachelet, in her opening remarks to this 49th session of the Human Rights Council, described, I think, the grave circumstances with over 100 civilian deaths at this point verified, and hundreds more of casualties. The Ukrainian number is reporting casualty numbers, well over 1,000. But all of these, we believe, are low estimates due to the hot conflict that is taking place, the very difficulty that Ukrainians and the international community have in verifying what's happening when they are themselves having to seek safety and shelter. So at this moment, I think it's critical that we create the tools necessary to verify and fully account for what is taking place. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. But should we just do exactly the same thing as what we did at right? That'd be brilliant. Just let me know what it's on there and I'll start it. But essentially, just so you know, it's got a nice story. It's great. It's very fun. It's got a new part to it. It's very powerful. She actually the next start doing that for and yeah, she just described her life and she introduced to the kids, which is very nice. So it's kind of like that upset kind of stuff. One thing now is we're just approaching the shot of the interview at this end. Nice one. What time are we on? 4 o'clock. Right? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Famous last words. And alright, speak to you later. No, we're okay. Let's remind ourselves, it's 3:30 in the UK. We've got our contact. Basically that one. Yeah, all right. No. Sorry. You're right. Pleasure. And your honesty, that is important because I'm very sure. Alright, yeah, go zone in, have a cup of tea. If you do it in blocks, what? Tea? Okay. I know, in fact, we've got shitloads of tea at 815. I'll go and do a sun brews and I'll see you in a minute. What are you, 836? No, can't wait to come over there.
happened the last year and stuff, and I watched City. I just asked Des how critical is this, and we've got social stuff and the beers. I mean, there's 2 left. Is it 2? Jeez. Right. All I'm interested in about go and sort some cheese out, drop it off, and then check out our printer when you get one. Distracted. Jägermeister's all. Thanks for that, dude. All right.
air raid sirens continue to sound across Ukraine as Russia pushes forward with their invasion. We know today in the second largest city of Kyiv, two schools were posted a public square, killing many people. Authorities there on the ground say this was a direct attack by Russian forces. Here in the capital of Kyiv tonight, television tower was hit by a Russian missile. That explosion really reverberating across the city as civilians here continue to stay on the ground. You know that 40-mile-long convoy that's just outside of the city limits right now. A major concern to authorities here who have set up protections around the city, putting anything into the road that they can, flower pots, pianos, and even cars, just trying to block this Russian advance. These protesting civilians today who are trying to make their way out of the Ukrainian capital, just heartbreaking scenes at the train station. Take a look. The mood here is tense. Soldiers in the streets, civilians hiding from those Russian bombs, and everyone bracing for what could be bloody urban battle in the days ahead. Carol.
Call for help. That's the screen about
She made it. Thought he didn't look nice.
I was just giving him a couple of bits to shoot actually. Fair. I think you wanted a minute.
achieve. So we've got all the parts out there. So let's grab there, just we've got the full transcript. So we want to talk you through that a little bit more, so you know what's going and just kind of link the damage to the same side. So actually, it's kind of feeding our shot. So I'd imagine just if you can help, you know, any bits that you think yeah, so I'm just thinking that so that you I don't know what video you heard from TV tower. Okay, great. Yeah, please show me that then. Otherwise, it's trapped. Yeah, she's tight. She's focused on it. Yeah. there'll be one more live and that's it, Ev. So that'll be in the 1700, which we were now the last year kids second on that.
Yeah, in the back.
Yeah, exactly. And then last evening after, so it should be a good team, which is actually the last. Not knows what's going on with crew numbers and stuff like that, those sorts of things. Actually feels all that Jesus told me.
Maybe we should do it set up for the
Actually, it's nice with Mark though, isn't it, downstairs?
Oh, it's all Mark.
But yeah, if you can make that, that's almost
could be some positive news for the Ukrainians as they look to dig their heels in the capital of Kyiv and ultimately fight back against the Russian forces. Maxar Technologies satellite images show this convoy is around 40 miles long and it was approaching the capital city of Kyiv. U.S. officials do believe it's stalled for now. Logistics problems for those Russian troops that are now operating deep into Ukrainian territory. This comes as sirens continue to sound across the country today. We were in the second largest city of Kharkiv. Two cruise missiles slammed into a public square, killing a number of people. The Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, is calling this a war crime and demanding accountability for what took place. We saw civilians today also in the capital as they look to go underground and an air campaign, and also, if they can, through the city. Take a look. Ukrainian capital, there are soldiers.
Hissediyorum ama öpüyorum seni. Ha, Kübra konusunda sana söyleyeyim mi? Bana Kübra konularına bana katılmam. Sonra
public square, Freedom Square, killing an unknown number of people. Officials calling that a war crime, with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky saying it was undistinguishable from a terror attack. Now, this also comes as the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv today took missile strikes. Earlier this evening, a television tower was struck by a Russian missile, killing at least 5 people and sending more civilians underground to wait in shelter. Those who can't shelter in place and have the resources to go west are doing so. We were at the train station today as many families testify. Take a look. Here is tense. There are sections set up across the city. Ukrainian soldiers looking for Russian saboteurs, hoping they can block the road so that this convoy, a nearly 40-mile-long road of Russian troops, artillery, and street units enter the city. Videos of incredible bravery by the Ukrainian civilians, not only here in the capital of Kyiv, but across the country. People standing in front of tanks and armored vehicles, they're willing to risk their lives. Asking these Russian troops, why did you come here? It's the question on the minds of so many. Those who can't fight are doing so. Civilians and soldiers alike, getting the same weapons as they can, putting the There's a massive humanitarian refugee crisis unfolding in parallel to the story of the Russian invasion into Ukraine. And it complicates things for the civilians here who are oftentimes caught under the crossfire. I think the most concerning comment we heard today was from the president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko. There are some reports today that the Ukrainians could consider targeting inside the territory of Belarus, since many of the missiles and fighter jets are taking off from there. Now, if this happens, Lukashenko, the leader there, says that carpet bombing is a possibility not only in this city but across Ukraine, and devastating toll on civilians would be depopulated. Right? People are doing everything they can to get out of harm's way. The video we showed yesterday of that mother waiting in a hospital with her daughter is heart-wrenching. I mean, these civilians who don't have the resources to go west simply have to go underground, and they're waiting out these shelling. But they will eventually run out of food and supplies and medicine, the things that we often take for granted, not in a war zone. And when they do, that ratchets up the tension here to such a level that people will still try to flee amid the crossfire and the civilian casualties will likely rise. Back to you.
Yeah.
Ed has asked me previously about whether I want to stay or go, and I asked to stay. And that was the last conversation.
It's not really about what anyone wants, it's them taking decisions now.
I'm happy to stay, yeah, but I'll go with the kind of the decision because I'm in 2 roles. To be fair, I mean, it's Anybody who's come across it can see what they do.
In one moment, everything changed. A Russian cruise missile hit in the heart of Ukraine's second city. Carnage, chaos, and inevitable casualties. They hunt for survivors in the wreckage of the local government building, carefully carrying away the dead. This place was renamed Freedom Square after Ukraine regained its independence from the Soviet Union. Now, it symbolizes the threat this country's freedom once again faces. No longer clean-shaven, Ukraine's wartime president addressed EU politicians.
Do that again, sorry.
No longer clean-shaven, Ukraine's wartime president addressed No longer clean-shaven, Ukraine's wartime president addressed EU politicians. His desire to join the bloc unbowed, and their desire to welcome him. His desire to join the bloc, and their desire to welcome him, unbowed by Russia's pressure not to. But what a price Ukraine was paying. A TV station in the capital struck, while miles of Russian armour massed around the outskirts.
Images have got Zelensky speaking from his bunker, by the way, so that might have been the case. It's banned under the yes, please, no worries, I'll come. Cheers. Track one. 28. Cheers. Thank you. Cheers, mate. Bye-bye. Yeah, cheers. No, no, scripts, you can see that's there. Yeah. The picture show that. I mean, it's more just about what you can see out of the vision there, so you just need to remember that that's how I because, you know, clearly a very close shot where you can see the different space, and there's also like a side shot there that's kind of, you know, I mean, I don't know where you want to check what the laser tasting decency is. Yeah, so you do check that, I mean, that's it's kind of important in a way because that's the that's right. The cruise was like the 2 points just on the side of it. That's too much, but I thought it might help because yeah, right. Will do. Alright, just do you know there's about 100 animals in retail stuff now that's been verified? You told me, yeah, you've got all that, yeah. Okay, cool. So the one thing to let you know is there's motions of spoken to Zelensky's bunker, so that might be crap that we just quickly need to replace the EU stuff. But let's not worry about that after this first version, yeah? Yeah. Alright, we'll keep on putting lots of track now, okay? Alright, cheers, bye-bye. I take it.
good afternoon. Sirens continue to sound today across Ukraine as Russia pushes forward with their invasion into this country. We know in the second largest city of Kyiv, 2 cruise missiles hit Freedom Square today, killing at least 6 people and injuring many others. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called this today a war crime and undisguised terror. Russian forces also headed here to the capital of Kyiv. That convoy, more than 40 miles long, including tanks and artillery units. A major concern to officials here who are concerned this city could be surrounded in the coming days. Civilians at this hour continue to flee, some going underground, others trying to make their way west. We saw some heartbreaking scenes unfold at the train station in the central part of the city today. Take a look.